All right, somehow Final Fantasy 13 has started on the first try, which has never happened before. This game just it takes me like 3 or 4 tries to get it to work, and now it's working. So, sure that's a very bad sign. Let's start. The hell was I doing? It's been a couple weeks. A couple games got bonus streams and interrupted this one. We had a cool cutscene where we ran in and interrupted a race. Game is crazy quiet. 1 second.
Appreciate it. Don't get predictable. Take that.
Actually.
Didn't even break a sweat.
Didn't miss the preemptive strikes.
Don't want to lose, do ya?
Lots of Christogen points. Oh right, that's the thing that can happen.
Change of plan. All right.
E10 commented on an episode recently that sometimes a use case for the Sentinel is that the Sentinel is just better than having a medic. For the same situation where you would use DPS, TPS medic, you could just do DPS, TPS Sentinel. But it's like, I feel like it's impossible to read when that's the case, unless you already know how the game is laid out, you know? I just need to burn the other enemies. They leave me alone here. I don't think I have to worry about the Behemoth switching over. But I do a bunch of damage to it. I feel like she should use Blitz all the time. Oh, now he's standing up. All the single target slows. Hope's dead. And Peril's way more valuable than D-Shell. I mean, they're both pretty good, but Peril, like, makes someone that resists element no longer resist it, and if they're not resistant to it, they're weak to it. Seems to change damage dealt pretty significantly.
Follow my lead.
No problem.
Just playing a very story-oriented game from the guy who made Inscription yesterday, where like every little touch is perfect for each little event, even if it only shows up for like, you know, a few seconds. And this game is like the inverse of that, where there's a mechanic that you're doing over and over and over for like dozens of hours, and that is switching paradigms. And like every time it pauses like that, it's like it's the opposite of what you had to work harder to make it do that. Like it would have been easier for there to be no delay. Ugh. Why is the rest of the track just empty? Am I backtracking? No, I can't be because I just got a chest. Weird. Everything in this game feels wrong in a way that seems like it would be difficult to be accidental, right? Harold's like really, it's like almost stupid.
And I was just getting started.
Makes me mad that it's like something you could completely miss on this board too. Very easily. Carry anything else up here, do I? Stopka maybe? Wait, so Stopka isn't Stopka, it's... Oh, I get it. It's Paradigm Stopka, so she has to basically devote the rest of her life to shutting down an enemy? Okay. I think everything else we're looking at right now is just stats. What the fuck? Why? Why is this node 12,000 when this node's 18,000 and this one, whatever, it's fine. Just stop. I guess maybe it's supposed to be, oh, do the inner ring and then as a stretch goal, do the outer ones. But like, why? See if there's anything for synergist up here that I really want. Probably not. He too can get Stopka. Rest of Ravager is pretty boring. Ruinga. Last resort. I wouldn't expect to see something called last resort unless if it, like, only triggers at low health or something stupid like that. Probably should focus on getting, like, Kuraja or whatever the hell. Wait, is level 4 medic, like, no abilities? Oh, wait, no. Okay, we already got Kuraja. Let's say. A person to cast haste. Thank you. Cut my life into pizza. This is my plastic spork. At least they're smart enough to do haste before anything else. It'd be quite annoying if the AI didn't at least do that.
Let's keep this up.
Dude, I think it's hard to tell, but I think the auto battle gets confused when two people can haste. One of them loads that they're gonna haste. The other one wants to haste, but then like a millisecond later decides, oh wait, I can't because that guy's casting it. And so it just like wastes its turn? I'll have to watch more closely to see if that's actually the case, but it feels like that's what's going on. See if I can just make blitz happen. You guys should cast those crazy, like, tornado attacks more often. More incentive chips, that's good. Okay. Oh, it's a red behemoth. Still working on Hope's thing, but I don't have anywhere near enough. I needed 150,000 gil was the note I left myself. Don't care about any of that. Sanctum Labs, Platinum Bangle, Royal Armlet, and Tight Ring. I hate that some of the most powerful, like, accessories in the game are just super fucking boring. Like, I use take less damage, whatever. I'm gonna sell the Lionheart, I know. I give you all these items, and they're all fucking goddamn pointless. I'm actually getting kind of close. I still haven't needed those Sol items at all.
I have this feeling something bad's about to happen.
Proto Behemoth.
I appreciate it.
Do not understand priorities for any of those things. Should be able to get hit by Imperil. Just like 80% resistance or something stupid. I have a thing that has Saboteur and something less terrible. Okay. They can at least be contributing in some way. Didn't say it was immune. Okay, there's Disha. There, it finally landed. Whatever, man.
Time for a change. Don't want to lose, do you?
Don't you dare stand up and clear all that, you motherfucker. Okay, good. Hellish Talon. Interesting fight, therefore it was almost certainly a waste of time.
Rosh, I
Porky.
see your power has grown, Mr. Villiers. No matter. We will lay down our lives if that is what it takes to stop you.
Oh, we're on the same side here. We came back to stop all of this.
Nevertheless, you are the sea. We can trust the pawns no more than the foul sea who moved them. Humanity's fate rests in its own hands.
Okay. Put a big scary monster mouth on this machine. Oh, hey, Proudclad. That's a name I recognize.
All in the wrist.
I don't know if I've ever seen a game. I've seen plenty of games that draw from the the JPEG folder, right? Like whatever, just like throw a Dragon Quest monster in there, throw a Shin Megami Tensei demon in there. Never seen one that just like draws from the text folder. Yeah, I'd call it, I don't know. It's a Proudclad, I guess. Whatever. And at least like Alexander kind of looks like a castle. Can't launch him. Music not loading here? 2 instances of variety in here. Limiters deactivated. It's gonna be the one dumb attack where I have to have a sentinel. Okay.
So this is how it ends.
Yeah, sure is. I have one. Solidarity. Okay. Really? Why do we walk up to that 3 times?
All in the wrist.
I'm meant to assume that it's immune to all these things that she's trying there. Okay, cool. Might not be accurate, but it feels like as soon as you get the ability that makes commandos deal more chain percent to staggered enemies, that it makes Ravagers even less relevant. At least.
I'll deal with you.
God, how much I hate Commando. Can't believe it's real. Is this like a everyone should be a commando so that they don't attack kind of a thing?
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. When they died, they lost all their buffs, right? Now they can't keep up.
I appreciate it.
Pastes are back now.
Cheers. Appreciate it. Let's wrap this up. No mercy.
Probably could finish him in a single stagger if I time things slightly better. I don't know. Two stars. Oh, all right.
That's all she can take. Fall back.
Like the Final Fantasy VII prod clad better.
I don't understand. We want the same thing. Why can't we just work together?
These people are so blinded by fear, they can't even imagine it. Are we too late?
Not yet. And we can't give up. No one else knows the truth. Am I right?
Like Final Fantasy's been around so long now that like Final Fantasy nouns can be used like references to mythology, right?
Bartandalus.
Then what are we waiting for?
You can just like
Time to
randomly
set
call
the
something
That's
Gununga
what I'm
Gap
talking
or
about.
something in
Once
a
everything's finally
JRPG.
out in the open, people are gonna have to wake up from this nightmare.
Draw from the Norse mythology
Let's show them how human we still are.
text folder.
So this is what they wanted the art for. Turning the streets of Cocoon into a battlefield.
Coon's in our hands now. We gotta save it.
Yeah. God, he's yeah. You asked me to name a character more different than Orin.
Fall back! Suppressing fire!
The least Orin character in almost every possible dimension.
Closing the gate! Disengage! Hey, wait! Open up! Open up! Let me in!
Oh, that's an Edaman child. I feel like if they had the extra delayed paradigm shift as a thing that happened if you used a paradigm shift too early in the battle or something, I guess that would make sense. But the fact that it's no matter when you do it, even if you do it like minutes into the battle, it's always gonna have a longer animation for no reason. Maybe this is a situation where Commando Ravager Sentinel is better than Commando Ravager Medic.
Here.
Like He-Ten was saying, like most of the time it might be slightly better, but why bother? Like, you don't need to find that out.
Here.
Oh good, my favorite thing just happened.
Here.
Yeah, there's supposed to be, I think, the really impressive thing that you see when you go to the Calmlands.
The sea!
So I don't have a term for that. Spectacle bait? Like, you should be impressed by this. And it is impressive, but then, like, we're gonna rely on the fact that you should be impressed by it and overdo it now, you know? It looks like I'm having that prime time delay issue, so y'all might... Usually lasts no longer than 5 minutes, so apologies in advance.
Marstead.
What's the difference between Fang's ultimate and her pointless
I've
Eidolon?
never seen some of these monsters before.
The Hellish Talon. 110 gil for an extra hard behemoth. I don't know if I want the particle accelerator. I feel like I should just sell it, but...
Do they have some other art we don't know about?
Mommy, okay.
The random civilians, but it's like there's no reason for there just to be like 2 people standing here, like... Now it's not on your end.
I appreciate it.
Change of plans.
Farm these guys for credit chips to get Hope's weapon out of the way. I don't know if they respawn. It would be nice if they did. They're so much more effective to fight. This guy's probably going to be a huge waste of time. Umbaba. Yeah, right. You can't, whatever. This game has a lot of behemoth variants, too. It has the energy of like a low energy or low effort low quality JRPG that's just like this is deep because we're gonna name this character Heimdall. Saj is about to die. Yep. Is it? I'll wait to ask until this shit ends. Hope has a res, but he's just not using it. It's not. Die here.
You can't be serious.
Not worth it. Health increases wherever we can. That's just a feature of Fang? Like, she just has an ability regardless of what paradigm she's currently in. Role she's currently in. I hate this situation where it's just like boring stat nodes. And it feels like there's no reason to go one way or the other. It's like this.
Appreciate it.
Wait, was that high wind? Does the auto battle just never use it or something? Oh, we were talking about that last episode and I wasn't clear on... Slow is probably good. It's weird. Before he stands up. There we go.
As if there was any doubt.
Well, the guy, there's like another palette swap. We get one red palette swap called Proto Behemoth, and another one that's just Humbaba for no reason. That's common enough in the other Final Fantasy games. So it rubs me particularly the wrong way in this one for some reason. It's like something that Final Fantasy XIV actually does really, really well. Like anytime it's calling back to a classic Final Fantasy asset or noun or whatever, it finds a unique new way to use it, but it's a way that kind of makes sense and doesn't feel like it's just kind of arbitrarily calling it. Oh my god, guys, it's the SS Alexander. Meter's straining, guys. Let's go. The reason she needs to use it at the end of the bar is because it ends the bar.
Deal with it.
Is that what last resort is for hope? I think I saw one similar for Saj. Incentive chips, please.
And I was just getting started.
Oh, death is the vanille Calmlands cheese. How does last resort work? Like, can I just use it freely? Well, I guess I can't control it, right? So the ultimate is only available to the main character, since the computer won't ever use, like, Highwind, for example. It's weird to have an ability that's kept separate from... It's such a waste of time to fight these guys. I don't even know why I'm bothering. It's weird to keep an ability separate from auto battle when the whole game is completely fine to play on auto battle. benefit much more from that daze. Gotta switch as soon as I see it land. There it is. But then it's gonna wear off during the paradigm shift. Jesus fucking Christ. Why? Why are you like this game? Inflict a status effect that lasts for like 3 seconds. And the paradigm shift animation takes 2 seconds. Cool. Incentive chip, please, dudes.
Say goodbye.
So if Uraga is able to launch, and Iroga are able to launch without stagger, seems really good. Is there a save point here? Love these characters just walking around. I gotta start being careful citing Sonic 06 all the time whenever something is bad. It's not shorthand for bad, but like the random human NPCs walking around for no reason definitely reminds me of that specifically. Let's afford it. I think I can sell though. Oh, let's see. Yeah. Hey. Oh, wait, I had the thing with the crafting open. Where the hell did I put it? Wait, there it is. Thank you. Control Shift T. Open recently closed tab. Okay, what do I need here? I think I need upgrade this dumb shit, Eagle Talon. Did the first part. I think I need 3 superconductors and 36 sturdy bones. I probably need to sell a couple more things for the sturdy bones. I think I can just sell the particle accelerators. I don't think they're as good as the other stuff I can buy. 3 ultra compact reactors. Save before I do it. Hooray! The magic stat difference is whatever. I still can't feel the weight of upgrades in this game at all. I imagine something's happening. But if you told me that, like, it was bugged and didn't do anything, I wouldn't be surprised. Alright, so I think now I get to play the game. 37 hours in. Since it's going to be impossible for me to afford the ultimate weapon for any of them. Now I get to play the game. You need like over 1 million gil to be able to make just one ultimate weapon, right? Oh, what'd you think of it? just don't think I've gotten far enough in it to fully appreciate its depth. Yeah, I would agree. I've already, even last time, encountered some still outstanding issues, but... Like, I feel like that game should have been, like, its system should have been what this was by default, and then someone should have made a good indie take, but... You know, when you're net increasing the quality by a factor of 2, or a factor of 3 or 4 or whatever, and the starting quality is already quite bad. Do not understand her attack priority at all. I also hate how, like, activating the ATB early wastes, you lose, like, time units. You get the most actions if you let them fill out their whole bar. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I might have Propagable Bank, so it's 2-hour sessions instead of 1 hour, just because it's a little bit complicated, and it'll help me to keep track of what's going on. I feel like this section is especially funny because we just came out of this cutscene that implied that, like, oh, look how alive this place is. There's, like, we're going to interrupt this little racing event that happens all the time. And you get to this place, it's just, like, completely empty and dead. And not in, like, a, oh, everybody ran because they're afraid, because there's still some uncomfortable human NPCs walking around. A non-zero number of people come for the super gay visual novel and get overwhelmed by all the mechanics it throws at you. For sure. I actually wonder what, like, what's that cross-section? People who are really into Final Fantasy 13 but wish it was better, and also like super gay visual novels. Whoever that person is, that game is like for them. I have this strong feeling that I shouldn't fight battles if I'm doing okay in boss fights, because I could just wait and fight another battle in the next area and have it take the exact same amount of time to win. We get 10 times as much XP from it. I'm not saying that gay people don't like Final Fantasy. I'm saying, like, ultra gay visual novels are a specific genre that don't appeal to everybody, including all LGBT people, right? And there's not necessarily a lot of overlap between people that are into Final Fantasy and are into VNs in general. Like, another ultra gay visual novel is Extreme Meat Punks Forever, right? Where, like, that game could have no gameplay and it would basically be the same. Spikey's point, I think, is that mixing something that's, like, insanely crunchy, like the combat in that game, with something that's generally enjoyed for having zero crunch, like a visual novel. Fun choice. Every game needs to be Monster Sanctuary. Take lessons from Monster Sanctuary. Does elemental weakness increase the rate at which the stagger bar fills? And in peril already. Thank you. I feel like it's pointless to try to double Ravager them. It is pointless to try to double Ravager them. Cool. I think these things use the Chocobo wireframe. So that's a pretty good reskin. It's like the blowfish bombs in Final Fantasy XIV. Computer just like spamming dispel or something awful. Inquisitrix. I love how it like actually takes combat time for them to close gaps between enemies, something over which you have no control. Alright, let's take out the Inquisitrix. Oh, okay, whatever you say, game. This preemptive strike animation is something else. Alright, it should be much easier now. Probably not worth it, but I also couldn't skip it, so it wasn't really a choice in the first place. Get all the main cheap nodes. Old Blood is his. Chain bonus effect varies by situation. Good info. Wait, is Stopka a TP ability? No, I guess not. Pooey.
Follow my lead. Eat this.
Six particle accelerators is like 30k. I know that this part's supposed to be like, oh, there's all these pulse monsters invading Cocoon, but it also feels like there's just like too many enemies. They're not really placed in an interesting way. That is the worst. Dodge attack 17 times. If you have random instant chain on him, each hit has a chance to proc it. What does random instant chain mean? Like an accessory ability or something? Try to avoid combat. How do you, what is it? Like, is it an effect from an accessory? Is it a Starium node?
Change of plan.
Say goodbye.
Yeah, we have no idea. It's like one line of text I just read. That's so fucking weird. So one of the characters has an ultimate ability that only works or only does the thing it's supposed to do that makes it special if you have a specific set of inscrutable accessories on them. Alright, we want to just be on aggression for these guys. What we really want to do is we want to imperil them and then just have the commandos spam Ruinga, because... whatever. I'm going to talk about this when we get to the credits in a few more weeks, but... I think when we use phrases like worst game ever, we're really thinking of like absolute unplayable broken shit shows like, you know, Superman 64 or whatever, right? That's... But I feel like a lot of those really just bad games have some kind of like obvious story where there was a, yeah, E.T., where it's like literally unfinished. There's like a gap in leadership, right? Or they don't have enough budget, or they don't have enough time, or there was a mysterious change in leadership partway through. And usually the flaws with the game are presented as like usually like interesting bugs or just like horrible, terrible decisions, but this is like the most complete bad game I've ever played. And I think it is more offensive to me because of how complete it feels. Like I said, I feel like this is the sort of game that just wouldn't get released a lot of the time. That the team making it wouldn't be proud of the product that they put together and wouldn't want to put it out there. One in Mega Man Battle Network, hold A to slash enemies. Holding A while an enemy moves from their side of the field to yours. Wait, I'm suddenly panicking that I just got turned around. No, I didn't. Just a similar looking area. I see. Wait, have I been here? This is Ramu interchange. No, I guess I wouldn't have gotten that item if I had been here. It's just like broke would be the interchange. Woke would be Frigga's Pass or something, right? And then Bespoke was the Ramu interchange. This guy transformed as soon as I loaded into battle, which makes him wildly more annoying. Thank you for doing me that favor, Mr. Behemoth.
You can't be serious.
There's no point in fighting you because you give terrible XP and have an awful drop that's pointless. Like a place to climb up around here somewhere. Oh, that's fucking weird. Just a magical shifting sword. I have been here. I had that jerky camera move. Oh my god, when did I get turned around? But no, I'm still finding chests that I didn't open before, so maybe not. Oh god, let me just keep running for now. There's a sick fucking hell. Okay. Maybe it's just a chest I happen to miss. I gotta be really careful. I gotta remember that the map rotates whenever I look at it, too. I feel like nothing makes more sense to me than the fact that Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 was not long after this game, or at least started development around the time of this game, right? Because it seems like it's the same thing of peak institutional hubris. We're Square Enix. We make awesome games. Our games are beautiful. They always do well. We can't fail. We'll never make a bad game. Okay, I feel like this game is banking on... There are JRPG fans who just play games because they're JRPGs in a kind of undiscerning fashion. They'll just buy it because it's Final Fantasy, right? And we'll make our money and that's all that matters. Like, it feels uniquely bereft of vision. Which is weird because it sounds like the whole Fabulous Exploding Star Crystals project has a lot of vision. I just don't think it's represented in the product. Yeah. spectacle bait. This game did Resonance of Fate with Breath of the Wild, did Horizon Zero Dawn. How is Resonance of Fate? I feel like I watched Galactic Kodiak stream an hour or two of it. There's a whole bunch of PS3 RPGs from around that time that I get confused that all have weird names. We come out and we see the big Adamantoise guys on the street and we went the wrong way. Come out this door and we immediately see a proto-behemoth. We went the wrong way. It's the ultimate gun apostrophe S game. We've talked before about like reviewer, I guess I've called them externalities. Things about like the game review ecosystem that cause them to either give a good game a bad review or a bad game a good review, right? That aren't actually related to the inherent quality of the game. Something like Metal Gear Solid 5 getting really high marks despite being literally unfinished, because it only becomes apparent that it's literally unfinished at like the 40-hour mark, at which point reviewers have long since stopped playing it because they have too many games on their plate to actually finish them, right? Okay, I think I got up on here and then I got turned around. We don't want to go that way. I have to wonder, what is the Final Fantasy... There's probably a better word than externality. What is the Final Fantasy effect that causes reviewers to be like, yeah, this game's fine, right? Like, is it their standards have been set really low for JRPGs? They're already trying to do, well, I don't really care for this genre, so I'm just gonna try to grade it on a curve. Right on. I think Propagable's probably right that a lot of people intuited but weren't able to articulate issues with this game and then globbed onto the oh, it's a hallway simulator narrative, even though that doesn't really adequately describe the problem. I do not know why the computer sometimes alternates debuffs, which I would prefer, and sometimes spams a debuff. Already committed to who I'm casting them with. Fucking hell. What I get for trying to do something interesting. Absurd guns equipment screen. You stack 4 scopes on top of each other.
The old man still got it.
Check a magazine to a scope. It's funny. I never have to look at a shop ever again. I'd be interested in checking it out at some time. Yeah, that's pretty goofy looking. Oh my god. Alright, let me stare at the map. This is probably partially my fault, but also, like, I wonder if you went and watched a bunch of Let's Plays of this game, how many people do that at least once. We go. I need to go to that orange circle. I love the NPCs standing in the wreckage, just kind of walking around. Like, it's so bad. Like, they should be like doing something, like trying to pull somebody out from under wreckage, or interacting with each other, or fleeing from a monster. But them just kind of like standing around. It looks so terrible. Like, we've seen this particular scene in many RPGs, and in fact in several Final Fantasies. Running through an area where soldiers are fighting monsters and civilians are fleeing and stuff. Oh. Tiny little hop there.
Enough out of you. You're nothing. Eat this.
I might try to consume some takes on this game once I finish it, like see if anyone's done a comprehensive autopsy deep dive kind of a thing. So I feel like this is like, you know, to me anyway, it's like Star Wars prequel, where people walk out of the Star Wars prequels and they're like, I don't know how I feel, but I didn't really like it. And then the Plinkett reviews come out and kind of like do a really good job of articulating what the problems are. Almost too well, to a point where those just get repeated ad nauseum, right? But I kind of want to see whatever the equivalent of that is for this game. I feel like I've spent a lot of this playthrough trying to articulate those feelings of something is wrong and I can't quite put my finger on it every time. It's like a very precise ballet. double commando these guys, right? Or that could happen, yikes.
I'll liven up your day.
This particular enemy group is just annoying for several reasons.
Change of plans.
Yeah, why are these vampires? I agree.
Here. All right.
Like, there's one, just to help me try to explain, there's one observation in the first Plinkett review for the Phantom Menace, and I think it lands for a lot of people, where he points out that if you ask somebody, like, without referring to their costume or the role they play in the story, describe a character for me, and they're like, okay, describe, you know, Han Solo, and I'm like, oh, he's a scoundrel with a heart of gold, and they'll have all these things to say about Han Solo and C-3PO or whatever. Not that they're, like, particularly good characters, but they're characters. And then he'll ask people, like, okay, Qui-Gon Jinn. He's stoic? Like, there's no traits that you can say about them, right? And it's something probably everyone who sees the Star Wars prequels feels, but isn't able to put to words. And I feel like there's a lot of observations like that that can be said about this game that I'm sure somebody has said. I'd love to try to find it. I need that, like, catharsis. Yes. Dude, the feeling of doing a paradigm shift during a preemptive strike and just knowing that the stagger meter is draining away is so bad. Does not feel good. This doesn't just come from being a jaded person who's playing this game 13 years after the fact. I am unimpressed by this spectacle. I mean, there are certainly very pretty vistas and interesting sequences, but I have 100% played, like, PS1 games and, like, PS2 games that continue to impress me to this day. And maybe it's because the well is so thoroughly poisoned by everything else that I roll my eyes. I know that the spectacle exists in lieu of substance.
So close.
Yeah.
We'll find another way in.
There's no time for that.
I believe it. Yeah, it doesn't feel like a world.
Can't catch a beat, hero?
Pretty lame. Hey, Snow! Hey! Where you been?
Guys!
So Snow.
Like, I guess I'm impressed by this game's visuals in the way I would be impressed by the visuals of a tech demo, right?
Yeah. Good times.
Then why didn't you tell us? Why the hell didn't you come and find us?
Yeah, we've been waiting.
Us and the rest of the Purge fugitives.
Right.
But damn, those pulse valves.
Yeah, there's no feeling of connection between areas.
Yeah. Out of all the idiots in the world, they choose this one.
Oh, hey, now wait just a minute here. I am your fearless leader. You're not supposed to laugh at the boss.
Like, okay, I know I'm gonna bring it back again, but Final Fantasy X, right? Final Fantasy X, theoretically, you might struggle with getting a sense of where the places are, but they show you the map. You visit these areas. You go to
Together.
Luca, and you have the Blitzball tournament, and the Blitzball tournament includes people from places you've already been to, and places you haven't been to yet.
What's our motto?
And places where you've met the people but haven't been to their home yet, right? Like the Albed. That game is really good. If I can't find a you know, autopsy of this game, I just want to see if somebody's done like an argument for a fucking solid Final Fantasy X is. Yeah. Even like Besaid and Kilika feel pretty different, and they serve different purposes. Well,
Not going down without a fight.
I doubt I have anything unique to contribute to the discourse on this, but I'll see if someone else, if no one else has done anything on this. I did enjoy making that RuneScape video essay. I'd love to do something about just like comparing and contrasting Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy 13. It'd probably require me to play both games a whole bunch to get a lot of footage, which would be annoying, but maybe I can do it with slides. I feel like it would be a fun way to just show off how good 10 is. Like, if I came at it from that perspective, I'm not just here to dunk on 13, because who cares? Like, it just makes me so impressed with how much craft goes into 10. Like 13-2 and 3 first, yeah. If I were to do it, it would be to get it off my chest. That's what it was with RuneScape. It's like, I have all these thoughts about RuneScape. Nobody's talking about the game in these terms, so I don't care if nobody watches it, but I need to, like, record this to have it lifted from my soul. And that's how I feel about this game and 10. I think that's a pretty set piece, I guess, but where is this? Why is this? They also laid out the enemies there on the staircase in such a way that I could just hang to the side and completely miss what they wanted me to see.
What is this stuff?
Lifestream. Fireflies.
Huh. Some sort of crystal?
I don't like this. Is Cocoon falling apart already?
Could be. Maybe Orphan's having trouble holding things together with all this fighting going on.
The clamor of this conflict rouses the Maker.
Yeah, big face.
Yeah, but we're gonna stop this ruckus soon enough.
Can you halt the cavalry's charge? Filled with righteousness,
You
they
still
will
into it,
slaughter Orphan in the name
right?
of freedom. Your only recourse will be to deliver them death, swift and certain.
No. Unlike you, they'll listen to reason.
We will see about that.
Yeah, this game has remarkably few, oh, I see, moments in, like, the mechanics.
Seat in all of Eden.
That just happened like 15 times when I was playing an hour of Tokitori 2 before this, right? Like, oh, okay.
Your loved ones
The little electric bugs eat the bats.
Come, let's see. Fulfill your destiny.
I was like, oh, I guess I was supposed to do this. Oh, that's
Your
dumb.
destiny. We'll decide our own destiny.
Right. Over Bartandalus's dead body.
I feel that way about the PS2, to be honest. Like, I know there's PS3 games that look quite a bit better than PS3. Or, I'm sorry. I know there's PS3 games that look quite a bit better than PS2. But it kind of comes down to, do the unimportant characters have, like, flat textures for faces? Like, they all kind of blend together. I played Spy Hunter on stream recently, which is 8 years older than this. And it looked fine to me, like... The cutscenes were a little blurry and artifacty, but... I'm not even really out to compare this to modern games. I want to compare it to games that came before, like 10. Like, how did it get so much worse? Did I only get to open one of those chests? Wait a minute. Okay, well, hopefully one of them wasn't like the ultimate spear or some shit. Sign say I thought it said spaghetti. It says shoop.
Don't want to lose, do ya?
It's because the spectacle feels completely wasted. It serves no purpose. It's not here to build a world or tell a story or evoke an emotion. It's just like, wow, those are good graphics, right? Like everything about Shadow of the Colossus as an older game than this one, like, yeah, it's impressive that there's this big thing that's lumbering around, and you are supposed to climb it even though it looks impossible, but like there's so many little touches that are just like conveying feeling, like the sweeping soundtrack, right? Like, I'm getting chills thinking about it right now. The opened way playing when you fight the first Colossus, and like the black blood spraying out of it, and like the thing like wincing in pain, right? And like reaching over to its arm to grab its arm. Like, it's amazing and beautiful visually, but it's like it's doing something. It has something to say, and here it's just like, yeah, let's just like put the most expensive lipstick possible on a pig, basically. It's like the worst Michael Bay movie. It's like the worst Roland Emmerich movie. But I feel like even that shit can be like fun sometimes. Like enjoyable fun. I feel like Michael Bay is a better like description of something like Devil May Cry or Bayonetta, right? Which also are kind of shallow from a story perspective and are just like over the top spectacle. We're like, whoa, this is so cool. Oh man, what a crazy combo. Oh, so stylish. Because I feel like even though I don't really care for Devil May Cry very much while I'm playing them, I can still be like, okay, I mean, I get it. Like, that is kind of satisfying to do that little combo, or to, like, in Bayonetta, kick that guy's face into the peeing cherub or whatever, shoot its dick off. Like, it was funny. I had a good time, even though the actual gameplay wasn't really for me. Yeah. This takes itself too seriously, right? It's like one of those, it's like if Independence Day thought it was like telling the most important story. If it acted like it was like an art house film or something. Like if they had the goddamn common courtesy to just be hammy about it, then I think this wouldn't get to me as much. This hallway is Final Fantasy 13 in one image. Very pretty. Very empty. I'm gonna play the game to figure out what I didn't like about it. Replaced a lot of the frustration and confusion with familiarity. Skipping enjoyment and moving straight into nostalgia. That's an interesting point, Naki.
It's incredible.
That's where Eden sits.
Get a Shyamalan Final Fantasy.
It's also where we'll find Orphan. The battery that keeps Eden running.
Good to know. So what's the plan?
Your usual plan. Charge in through the front door, what else?
Right, the front. Hey, where are you going?
You can also climb a really tall staircase.
What is wrong?
Right.
I hope that's our backup.
Well, if it is, I don't think our backup is happy to see us.
Guess we're fighting.
Cut me some slack here.
Hey, my friend. This fucking boss. This thing makes me so angry. This interesting thing, probably the most fun I've had in Final Fantasy 13 by far. Kept losing to it. Finally beat the one that didn't guard an expensive accessory, and it was completely a waste of time. Dropped nothing. Dropped something that was worth no money, I should clarify. Didn't give a good amount of XP or anything.
Follow my lead. Does get predictable.
Steady now. Don't worry. Steady now.
All right. Eat this.
Is she recasting in peril? Interrupt the steam cleaners are going to go off right before the stagger triggers. Thank you for launching.
Change of plans.
Like, I really am intrigued by the steam clean concept of like, okay, now's a chance. It's doing a little attack.
Just getting started.
Like, switch to a paradigm to do something else for a second, but be ready to swap back to Saboteur to re-debuff it. Maybe use this opportunity to re-up buffs, pop off health. Maybe squeeze in some damage to make sure the stagger goes off before it finishes removing everything. Oh my god, are these guys just like scripted? Okay, that guy actually tried to run toward me. Getting launched is a thing that happens sometimes in this game. Zack Snyder is still the best movie creator that I can think of to compare to. Good eye for the visual, really bad eye for narrative, very self-important.
Another squad.
Takes himself way too
What
seriously.
are they up to?
Thinks he's telling the story about like Jesus, right?
See?
All of them. Just like that.
It's a cool effect.
A friendly reminder we're running on borrowed time.
Okay. It's a power glove. It's so bad. It is an upgrade. My starred brawler's wristband. So far, I've been really unimpressed with upgrading accessories. I don't want to look at that upgrade menu. I don't want to think about sturdy bones and fuck that noise. I'm good. The thought of thinking about it makes me unhappy. I haven't leveled up in a while. The weird. Why is it strength 34? Like, none of the nodes are like that. Almost all multiples of 5. Who did this? For what reason? What are the secrets at the cloisters of their heart? I just want to grab one of them and shake them. Say, why are you like this? I need a button that's like, give me the cheapest HP node. Or Christogen point or whatever. It's just like totally unmotivated. Is it in a different tree? It might even be in somebody else's tree here. Oh no, these nodes are terrible. Okay. I am utterly baffled at them giving you access to all the roles at the point in the game they give them to you, and then it being a completely terrible decision for you to stray outside of the 3 that are intended for that character. Like, this feels like a thing that you would unlock after the credits play as like a bonus. Like, oh yeah, you could technically make a really bad Ravager out of Fang if you wanted to, right? Why? Like, it's such a horrible use of CP compared to anything else. They even like go so far as to give you a pop-up. It's like, now the game is open. Anyone can be anything. But don't do that though. It's actually a really bad idea. Blur sphere grid. Holy cursed sphere grid. At least... Why? This is fine. This is fine because this inner node is 12,000 and the outer node is 18 and then 18 and it gets larger as you go out. Okay, and it gets more expensive. That's fine. The reason my brain is breaking is because I'm looking at hers, which for no reason has an HP plus 175 node that's 12,000 and then 2 HP nodes. Okay. It's worse. The fact that they do it right sometimes makes it worse when they do it badly. It's like they just it was like a monkey typing on a keyboard. Like this. That's interesting that both Hope and Saj have their ultimate ability on the Ravager roll. I guess I assume none of them have it on Medic. Why? Why? Why is it like that? Why? You think they realized in testing that nobody wants the character they're controlling to be a boring class, i.e. anything other than Ravager and Commando, so they put them all in there? That Crystarium thing that I was just looking at, it's a small thing, but it's a nice little microcosm of the problem with the whole. It's just there. It's the Crystarium is there to look pretty. It is not there to be a functional progression system at all. Yeah. Like, I'll take junctioning 100 meltdowns to my strength stat over that, please.
He really wants us dead.
Shroudclad Part 2. Muon Blaster. This time with no... spooky face. Yeah. Can I launch it now? No. Oh, yes, I can. Okay. I'm gonna try to remember to activate High Wind, but... Did it just spam Yuan Blaster the whole play? 'Cause that would be kind of interesting. Now I see the spooky face. This is a repeat of that Bart 1 fight where I have to like do a certain amount of damage to it or stagger it before the charge finishes. Okay. Problem is his buffs, I think. So what's the deal with the charging phase? He's gonna hit really hard when he comes out of it if I'm not in commando, and then now he's got a bunch of buffs that make Muon Blaster hard to keep up with. I need to take a second. I guess during maybe the charging phase I can redo buffs and try to fully dispel him. It's annoying that he's immune to all debuffs. She still do one thing because she has to do something if I select auto battle, even though the boss is immune to everything. Very confusing why that even still happens. Let's make sure we do this before re-establish everything here before phase transition. I'll need to make another roll for double synergist, bang on something less useless here. Oh, it drained all of its, okay, whatever. Maybe I can stagger it out of this before it finishes the charge and that cancels it or something? I have no idea. Now I can't launch it anymore, right? Spell, please. Wait, would she not cast a spell? Confused.
So this is how it ends.
I feel like there's some dumb trick to that phase transition. Oh shit, this guy.
All in the wrist.
Chad might be dead though. I think it's a Twitch issue because I'm still streaming in green and I can see it in my dashboard. So launch occasionally fails because the enemy was already committed to an animation that launch couldn't knock them out of, I guess. I wonder if it's better to Ravager for more main percentage here. Can't tell. Okay.
Sorry, Vanille.
If I must die, so be it.
What's the frowny face buff next to Saj and Hope that's not on Fang? Is immune to Dispel? Is that what's happening here? Mass Dispel the party at some point? straight up immune.
So this is how it ends.
This fight. What tip? I asked some yes or no questions earlier about the mechanics for the fight. Just trying to catch up. Yeah, I just said that. Is there something else about that phase that I'm supposed to know?
This'll be quick.
Give it your best shot.
It showed me Dispelga immune when I used it.
You want some?
Launch, please. Are you gonna launch or not, asshole?
We'll see who's left standing. Nothing's getting in my way.
If I must die, so be it.
Bring it on. We'll see who's left standing.
If I must die, so be it.
Tear it up.
Your tail is here.
It's a full heal after he does that too, doesn't he?
No place to run.
Nothing's getting in my way.
Fortunately, that hits the damage limit.
Appreciate it.
If I must die, so be it.
We'll see who's left standing.
I must die.
Careful now.
I must die.
I guess if I have buffs up once he's down like this, maybe if I have him near to stagger after the phase transition, I can start launching him and finish him off or something. Never mind, aerial defense mode again. Oh, and right, he completely clears all stagger when he does that. Cool. He doesn't like full heal again. Please be enough to finish him off before he fully loses or fully heals. Kill him, please. He just gets in a loop where he constantly tops himself off on health. Eden Pharmaceuticals.
Rush, it's over.
One of my soldiers.
I still don't understand what the gimmick was with that fight. Was it just once he phase changes and has the buffs on him, it assumes that you have Protect and Shell, otherwise it's impossible to keep up on healing?
Enough. Under foul sea orders.
And now you have to DPS race him before he recharges and heals himself?
Answer the fears of a panicked populace. For a people utterly dependent on the foul sea.
It doesn't feel like you have as much control over the stagger gauge as you'd need to make sure you're only ever staggering him when he's on the ground and can be launched.
Then, you knew the foul sea were using us?
I believe their rule was best for Cocoon's present and future prosperity. But it seems I misjudged their benevolence. If this is my punishment, I accept it.
So, you're just gonna let everything go to hell, is that it?
You're right. One thing remains.
My Bluetooth headset.
This is SciComm Director Roche. Attention all SciComm and Guardian Corps units. Suspend L'Cie operations. I repeat, suspend L'Cie operations. All units should focus their efforts on evacuating the civilian population. I do not issue this order as an absolute. You are free to make the choice.
What? 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 What?
Here to save Cocoon, aren't you? Or was that a farce as well?
So the scene where the character says, "Hey everybody, stop, attacking the L'Cie." Important scene. Common scene. You see it in other things. Not earned in this. All right? That's dumb enough that it happens and it's unearned. It's like, oh, I guess you beat his ass hard enough while he was in proud-clad that he changed his mind for no reason. But then, hey guys, stop trying to kill the L'Cie. I mean, if you want to, but if you still want to murder him, like, we wrote that line that said, hey, stop attacking the L'Cie, but then the art department told us that there's still going to be a couple enemies that are like Cocoon soldiers, so we need to justify whether Cocoon soldiers fighting you. So I guess it's not an absolute, try to murder them if you want to. Yeah, exactly. Takes the tape out and puts it back in. What? I'm going to laugh if there's still a couple Cocoon soldiers in here, and that was really what happened, that they're like, wait, dude, no, we still have Cocoon soldiers to fight. That won't make sense. I just have him have a line that this is not an absolute. Follow your heart. Well, the order is follow your heart, then.
I'll trust in your humanity. Let's see. The fate of Cocoon
Completely,
is in your hands.
utterly unearned.
This is my end. The end which I have chosen.
Again, we've seen that scene. It's a nice scene. You know, previous antagonist has a change of heart, sacrifices himself to delay for the party. Although it was unnecessary because those two behemoths would have not been that hard. What the fuck, man? Why are you like this, Final Fantasy 13? This order is not an absolute. New merchandise available. Oh, this is a visually striking area.
Where's the cavalry?
If they made it this far, we'll see them soon enough.
If that was supposed to be what he was getting at, was like, there are no more orders, right? Do what you think is right. No, I feel like you make a game that's about a guy that's so obsessed with orders. And you make the crux of the conversation not be an order, it be, there are no more orders. I order you to do this, but, you know, do whatever, it's fine. Oh, is the pretty striking visual set piece being turned back into techno sludge? I guess it's like a... What the fuck is this? Orphan's Cradle.
This is it. A lot of dreams died to get us here. And we can't let it be for nothing.
You said it.
One of those flying rod things was about to crash into the rotating
Do it for everyone.
arm in the back there.
Yasi rule ends here.
Daisley, we're coming for you.
It's comical. How much XP did I get from that boss fight? Oh, a decent amount, actually. Don't you want to buy one of those new level 1 weapons and upgrade it to be on par with what you have 38 hours into the game? Permanent screaming. It's really... a good album name. Nodes still enrage me that they're fine on Saz, but completely wrong on Fang. Yeah, right. Is healing in this game based on max health in any way? I think I value health more than anything else in this. Just because, like, I can understand the impact of health, and in this game, the core mechanics are so obtuse that I don't really understand what plus 36 magic does. Like, theoretically, it increases your damage dealt. Does affect Curasa, okay. You can have a cap. Oh god. Am I safe to not level them? I didn't realize they could cap. One of those things where you never have to look at it until 38 hours into the game you do. Oh god, do we need to get more value out of this dungeon by having it take us to other areas? Is that what we're doing here? See, in any other dungeon, I love final dungeons that are all about revisiting earlier locations.
A last gift from Bartandalis?
Oh, is this an opportunity to go back and grind or some shit?
If we're gonna run away, now's our chance.
So, guys, which way we going?
And why are you like this? Why do you do this? Worst character advancement system. Him for a button of activate all nodes. I love that the branching even makes like this whole feeling of, oh yeah, if you hold the button down it gets faster and faster, but like not if you turn. And all the interesting abilities are on turns. Why does it even do that in the first place? Permanent screaming. I feel like they just needed to not make the abilities be on here. Like, I've already pointed out a couple times that their positioning is completely fucking bizarre. It's so weird that the Ravagers have the elements in like totally separate sections of the track. And it's not really doing like a, oh, this character technically favors this element kind of a thing, because you can't really plan around that in battles. And you have encounters that are clearly balanced around assuming that you have some specific ability, like haste or whatever, or dispel. But there's a decent chance you just don't have it. Yeah. Too much numbers. Don't worry, we didn't think about them. Neither should you. Their weapons are so far behind too, which I feel is going to be problematic. Hopefully I'm not forced to use them in any capacity. Well, I did notice in Getting the Car Loser that just having 4 characters makes this system insanely more interesting, with no other changes. Party of 3 just doesn't cut it for what they're going for here, it feels like.
What do we do now?
What now?
Things definitely just, like, they have to clip through that rotating arm, right? Not the most descriptive name for the game. Yeah, they just clip through. Okay. Sci-fi hexagons. I actually would have really liked if the final, like, is this like the final dungeon? This feels pretty endgame. Orphan's Cradle, you can go back and grind. I was about to say I would have kind of preferred it to be like this weird medieval cathedral that it looked like for about 5 seconds. And they're like, nope, actually it just looks like, you know, an intensified version of the rest of the game. The enemies just like pop in there. Great. that but unearned. Am I just like ridiculously ahead of the how long to beat? I really thought I was gonna go behind because of all the time I spent dicking around doing side quests.
Appreciate it. You're gonna squirm. Tear it up.
Okay. Am I not gonna beat it in the next hour and a half? Okay. I guess you get to Inside Sin and you still have like 4 or 5 hours left. I don't know how comparable this is. Yeah, I did Tokitori as a makeup for last week. What is this place? Like, is it like outside time and space?
No telling where this road's gonna take us.
This isn't like literally inside of Cocoon, because Cocoon's not large enough. It's like...
Cocoon's destroyed? Won't the Fal'Cie be destroyed along with it?
Let me guess, it's answered in the codex in some way. I love impossible interdimensional areas in JRPGs. They don't bother me. It's the thing the artist decided would look cool. Yeah. Great. And then one of the endgame areas is a sentient motorcycle. Cool.
Sorry, Vanille.
Right. Weird Crystal Palace interdimensional area. I just realized that I can press the B button to cancel out of the middle of the board once I see a status effect land. This is slightly better than pressing Y to stop entering the actions. Not great though. Slightly better. Does this enemy exist to justify the commando job? Here, that cast death. That's kind of cool. I hate the feeling of treading water that I get whenever I switch to Sentinel. That's what it feels like. I canceled its dumb attack, okay. Okay, follow the objective marker. Super confused as to what just happened. Yeah, you Jimbo looking motherfucker over there. Wait, I just went back, didn't I? Okay, maybe not. There wasn't a motorcycle here last time. I don't know what was happening. Buff everybody back up, please. Do that more. What governs when they do that crazy Thundaga thing that knocks everybody up? How can I get them to always be doing that?
I'll deal with you. End of the road.
stagger behavior is all over the map, and I feel like the game could do a better job of conveying to you this creature is doing this because it is staggered, right? Oh, 5 stars. Okay. Whatever you say, game. Doubt. With your Jimbo Steve over here. Like, if I could get them to spam Thundaga, that would be really nice, because it would shut down all the enemies, do a ton of damage, because they have no MP, right? So there's nothing stopping them from just doing that over and over. I wish this game had Gambit so bad. It's on the list of, like, 100 things that would make this game better. But it's the opposite of the crosscode Monster Sanctuary Passover Dayenu prayer, right? Where instead of it being, if it had these features but not this feature, that would have been enough and it still would have been good. It's like, it still would have been really bad. If it had Gambits, it probably would still be pretty bad. Alright, Saj just died, that's fine. Hope was dazed asleep? Okay.
So this is how it ends.
Phew.
Appreciate it.
They want to cast Sloga, huh?
I owe ya.
Really wants to cast Sloga.
Here it comes.
I love switching to regular ass slow. Okay. Whatever. It's 5x Thunder is better DPS. Yeah, that would make sense. God damn it. Literally right as I was swapping out for DPS, you took a boatload of damage for no apparent reason. I think it's possible to really like this game if you're really willing to like it on its own terms. If you're really willing to try to understand it and master it, maybe. A lot of my complaints are coming from trying to play it blind for the first time on stream and try to understand it as it's being presented to me, in which case it's not a very good experience. Yeah, maybe you'll find that I'm just playing it really stupidly, which I would love to hear if that's the case. Wow, that was a huge fucking waste of time. Why did I come up? Okay. What is this zone? Why did we get rid of the little circles to mean this is a jumping point? Wait, can I actually jump down here? There just wasn't a circle? check before that annoying enemy respawns. Tic-tac-toe. Wish the music was more present. I've said that several times. I'm sure it sounds great to listen to just as a separate soundtrack, but I don't hear the game most of the time outside of that one battle theme. They've decided to use the PTSD Eidolon music in here. Bring back that Foghat song, Blinded by the Light. Revved up like a douche. Another runner in the night. What's up with Hope still being alive right now?
We'll see who's left standing. You're gonna squirm.
Happened to be like one. Mod Final Fantasy 13 would just replace Blinded by the Light by Blinded by the Light. Some of them have a little blue you can jump here, Dot. Is there like a single chest here that has the item necessary to get to an ultimate weapon? I'm guessing the ultimate weapon starts weaker than the maxed level 2 weapon, knowing this game.
Keep out of this. Appreciate it.
Why are we even attempting Fogga? Like, I don't think she's tried to do Fogga in any of these other fights. I guess her AI has learned some invulnerabilities. Something. Immune to nothing, right? It's just because fog is a really valuable status effect to inflict, even though it seems to not want to land. I just want to see it land.
You're gonna squirm.
Thank you.
There it is. That was susceptible to fog. It was like 25 or 30 casts or something ridiculous before it landed. Is death not actually death? Is it just like hit really hard or something? I feel like it's an inappropriate spell for this game. Keep casting it on me and no one dies. Yes, cast Thundaga more. Just spam that. You realize how much more damage we can do if we never need to heal because everything is locked down with launch constantly? Oh, it does damage with the chance of instant death. Okay, so when they cast that on Fang, there's just a chance that I game over. Fastest way to kill Adamantoises. Okay. And that's Daniil's ultimate ability. These guys are casting death on me, the sacrifices. Oh, they're just dropping the perovskites now. These things cost like 30,000 gil. They take sometimes an hour. Oh, God, okay. I'm sure they sell for nothing. What? What? Endersnash and Jabberwocky. Well, there you go. Games like Alice in Wonderland.
Time for a clean sandwich.
Got your back.
One of them just immune to physical or something. One's immune to magic. One of them always tells the truth and one of them always lies.
Careful now.
So there's fuck all mages can do against a magic immune enemy, but commandos can cast spells against a physical immune enemy at least, right? Yes, do that. Spam that. Never stop doing that, you idiots. Keep casting Aroga for the rest of your life. Why wouldn't you?
Got your back.
Just start ruining it. They just don't like casting it, I guess. Land in peril, goddammit.
We'll see who's left standing.
Yes, do that. No, not that. Not Thundara, not Thunder, not Arrow. The other thing. That old YTMND meme that was that scene from Superman Returns or whatever. Kevin Spacey as Lex Luthor. No, not that. No, the other thing. It's unusually represented among lots of good Western fiction in Japanese media. Not in like a The Matrix is an extended Alice in Wonderland metaphor way. Like we just like the names of these creatures. I guess I just get 5 stars now. I don't know if that just means that they started calibrating the times weirdly in the late game. I don't feel like I've improved significantly. Alright, Chris Pratt, that happened .mp3. What the fuck was that? Like, why did two of the happy mage creatures just open a portal for me and the other one's like, here, fight these guys. Okay, bye.
I can't do this. All these seats were people once.
Like, Inside Sin is also weird and surreal and shit seems to happen for no reason.
Don't you see? Make us feel guilty, lose faith. And the second we give up, it's focus time.
Wait till we're broken, slip on the leash.
Yeah, well, when you think about it, having all this empathy, it puts us humans at a big disadvantage.
Maybe. But it's also what
Yeah,
makes
this
us
is this is definitely team empathy over here.
Bang? What's wrong?
Oh, nothing. Just that time's running short.
Inside Sin is like, the game's already over, right? Like, all of the important story events,
We'll just make Cocoon our home.
like the climax of Final Fantasy X is Spira singing to stop Sin in the air, and then the rest of it's kind of like, okay, now we have a couple more things to wrap up here. We got to deal with Jecht. We have to formally banish the Aeons, but the characters have already like resolved to do those things, right? And that was the interesting part, is that resolution. Honestly, I think the Seymour fight feels a little... It's fine. We'd already dealt with Seymour. We get the cool song, you know, so points there, I guess, but I could have done without it in Inside Sin. I guess having a nonsensical end dungeon is pretty standard fare for JRPGs, but I guess it works better for me when the rest of the game is felt motivated, because it makes the ending feel like weird and alien. This whole game is weird and alien, so, and not in a good way. Yeah, that part is really dumb. That's the one that ruined that guy's speedrun, right? Famously. Had like a world first, all-time best speedrun, could never be replaced, and then got back attacked by a fucking Malboro in that section. Susceptible to fog. Odd time it landed. I feel like if they want to make this whole stupid, to justify the existence of the Saboteur job, every status effect only has a 15% chance to land nonsense, they got to do a thing where every failed attempt to cast the spell decreases the enemy's resistance to that status effect, and it approaches 100%. I feel like that would feel significantly less dumb. Curious if Hope just never casts. Will he cast Raise here? There he goes. Other situations, he would never prioritize raising somebody because I guess everyone else's health was low enough that he'd always be casting Cure. Yeah, for all my let's compare 13 to Final Fantasy X as like an ideal standard candle of what a JRPG should be, Inside Sin's kind of lame. I would agree. It at least kind of has a thematic thing going on where you understand, like, this is like, you know, Summoner Realm, Dream, something, something. Annoying attack.
I'll deal with you.
Give it your best shot.
I feel like the region on Metagard needs to be way better. It's like kind of terrible. I don't think I've ever fought Final Seymour the way you're supposed to. Like, I think I've always gone in there and just nuked him with Magus Sisters or something. How is he supposed to work? He's weak to some status effects. Help a little bit, hopefully.
Got your back. Cheers. Careful now. Got your back. Appreciate it.
I have played so many turn-based games with abilities that like lock you down, like stop and petrify and stuff, but getting just like knocked up in the air feels so much worse in this game. Did Hope just not take damage from that because he was knocked down? Yeah, it's interesting. Even when I played it on stream, I wasn't making any effort to 100% or over grind, and I think I just nuked him with Maga Sisters Anima. I have to fight this guy. To switch to the healing one. See, he's got some death guy in the back there. Looks like it only ever does damage though. Looks like they're also trying to spam status effects, so if it scales with number of status effects dealt, maybe that makes sense.
We'll see who's left standing.
Gotta kill some of these assholes. Keep casting that. Oh, it doesn't seem to be knocking him up. At least land in peril. Okay, there it is. I think there's some mechanic where an AI-controlled medic is allowed to cast a spell during the paradigm shift animation. Which I assume is there for game feel reasons, and it does feel better.
Gotta stay in control. You're gonna swerve.
Finally, he's already almost dead. I wonder if it's even worth staggering him, or if I should just like go full commando the whole time. 5 stars. I'm a 5-star man. A 5-star man. Again, the only reason to get any points in magic ever on Fang is in a situation where an enemy is immune to physical and she's stuck using a ruin. Right? Because it does nothing for her attacks otherwise, I think. Let's get that 195 HP. Or if she's pained, true. There's the 120, 140. No, no. This node is HP plus 200 and has a 12,000 CP cost. This one is 100 and it's 20,000 CP cost. Looking into the mouth of madness is this game. Oh, really? Double medic pretty strong. I worried that double medic would be treading water again. It feels like a lot of the time when enemies are dealing damage to you, I think that's why I like that Juggernaut fight conceptually so much, because it's like transitioning between phases of high damage, time to recover, time to DPS, right? Which feels like what this should be. A lot of slows. I see. Hunting Contempt seems like a bad attack. Immune to Imperil. I think if healing was almost all shields, or you were able to overheal shields by a certain amount, that would help.
Something strange about
If the game did a better job of doing like a Slay the Spire kind of telegraphing of attacks, that would help too. Real quick. You almost had Stopka. Synergist, weirdly. Assume most enemies are immune to that. And he won't cast that when I'm not controlling him, right? Last resort. Here for the HP nodes. Don't mind me, folks. Whatever.
Not sure walking into this is a smart move.
Okay.
There's nothing
I just played Mario Galaxy. I wish, well, whatever.
I owe ya.
Stop trying to make fog happen. I don't think I've died during that animation, maybe one time, but every time someone's low on health and I do the first paradigm shift, I feel myself dying during the animation. Buff this guy some more.
I owe ya. I owe ya.
I hope.
No more nice facts.
Those multiple provoke casts for no reason.
Appreciate it.
How did Deep Protect wear off this guy so fast? Did he do something to remove it from himself? I think I lose the Phoenix down too.
This is how it ends.
Oh, Vladislas? Susceptible to fog.
You're gonna swerve! Tear it up! Keep out of this!
I think doing Sentinel for that is a big ol' waste of time. Oh, I hope just died. Land deprotect, please. At least he didn't instantly die there. Just spam and provoke, not doing meta guard. You know.
Bring it on!
I owe ya.
You want some? You're gonna swerve!
Yeah. Agreed on that. I got the deep protect off finally. Yeah, I wish I had like a hold left trigger and press B for healing group, hold up trigger and press X for tanking group. Because like left trigger and right trigger are completely unused in combat. There's stuff in the Calm Lands that's only possible to do if you go back there after this. Or when you get here, I mean. Three of these guys. Sound like a fun combo. Fog, please do not cast single target fog.
Down you go! On your knees!
So I can't know now she's doing single target. You could still do fog, you know. You like this game? You can imperil off if possible. Fog lasts a pretty long time, it seems like. You just keep getting more side quest missions. Does it lead to anything? Is there like a true ending or something? Like, what's the reason to do post-game? Its own sake? I'm okay with its own sake. But I guess its own sake feels less weird when it's before the credits play, right? Like, I'll grind the Colosseum in Final Fantasy X forever.
You're gonna swerve! Go!
That is relevant. Okay. The helpful comparison, thank you.
You're gonna swerve!
Whoops.
Appreciate it.
Any mana nodes? Just one health nodes, maybe strength nodes. Is there a 195 and a 200 and then more expensive 100s on the outside? Is it like the Monster Coliseum? I enjoyed parts of the Monster Arena, whatever, because some of the bosses you fight there really require you to take advantage of mechanics that don't matter as much in the main game, which is a neat concept. You gotta like solve which accessories you need to equip in order to beat this. And eventually it degenerates to spam quick hit a million times, and that's significantly less interesting, but for that point, I enjoy it. You into everything. Cool.
Tear it up! We'll see who's left standing.
Got your back.
Oh, can you Asuna yourself kindly? Bruh.
You want some?
I really don't like these enemies that cannot be debuffed with anything. Like, at least do one inconsequential debuff, you know?
You're gonna swerve!
Ingram you, I think. Oh, that's interesting. You stagger it, and immediately destaggers and changes form, I guess. And also constantly dispels you. Okay. Kind of annoying. Oh, and now it's weak to stuff. Okay. God, like, I feel like this whole game is balanced around everyone being haste all the time as soon as you have access to it, so not being haste, it feels like you're slowed.
Got your back.
I appreciate
It's not immune to imperil. I need to get Saboteur on a setup that doesn't have synergists. Synergists are kind of pointless here. Probably want to take that, although it didn't have a lot of lead-in time there. I feel like an enemy who, when you stagger it, immediately does a phase change and clears stagger is a neat idea, and this game doesn't really play around with its own design space enough, it feels like. Just change back before I staggered it, did it just change into its... God damn it. That's really annoying. Okay, so maybe it was just it coincidentally changed phases right when I staggered it. Got rid of Imperil. Nintendo is missing a progression path between finish the story and capable of doing post-game shit. Ten's not my favorite game mechanically. I mean, a lot of it's really good, but a lot of it has the problem of it's very easy to overwhelm the game and do max damage to everything constantly without having to think anymore. And it always bums me out when that happens in otherwise very interesting games. You needed a spell too. Yeah, he sure is. What an asshole. I thought I liked 12, and then I played it again on stream, and it has good ideas, but I don't think they matter for most of the game outside of the hunts. Probably 9. Final Fantasy 9 stays, everything stays relevant until the game is very nearly over. Battles are really slow, which is unfortunate, but I feel like it would be possible to speed them up. Like, I like that you're still using Vivi to cast damaging spells when you're fighting Ozma, right? You can't say the same with Lulu or really any other black mage in any of the games.
initiated.
Land in peril, please. There it is. Much better. And D-shell, please.
We'll see who's left standing.
God, Imperil is fucking busted. It's like a different game when you have it on an enemy. Oh, if Bravely Default counts, I would probably agree with that. Yeah. You kind of land on a meta in that eventually, but everything stays interesting for a long time, and there's a lot of very viable compositions. FF5 with twists, yeah. I do like that they were trying to reevaluate the turn-based games. Is it acceptable to keep making turn-based JRPGs? And their answer to that question was, no, let's make it an action game, like a lot of other developers have done. Like, what if you could borrow future turns? A lot of these games are about the Alpha Strike, right? Either not anybody. It probably needs to go on the character who, when they die, I get a game over, so... Don't really see her doing that much extra damage from that.
Sanctum Central's got too many foul C for my taste.
Stand at a specific spot back here. This is a neat looking area. It's kind of more what I was expecting when we were going towards the center of Cocoon. The Narthex. It's like a like a Barkley Shut Up and Jam name. It's the microwave hallway.
Let's do this.
It was weird to put me in control for like half a second there. Wow, it's like if that entire weird section with the floating pillars and stuff just got cut, that would make more sense. If we just went from the scene that led us into the pillar room, the pink pillar room, into that hallway.
This is it.
Moment of truth, hero.
There's been a couple times in this game where something has happened and I've gone, wow, if you just deleted that, it would play the same. There's only one game I've played that was littered with those, and it was Deadly Premonition, which clearly wasn't originally supposed to have combat. So whenever combat would happen, it would just be completely bizarre, non sequitur. You would finish it, and then you'd come out the other end and be like, wow, if you just cut that, the scenes would have flowed naturally.
Life's spark shines on, once freed from its fleshly shroud.
Dodge!
Sarah!
Made sure to grab those two specifically. This makes sense. It's Bobo, the owl.
Dreams, meanwhile, shatter in a flash.
Bubo, rather.
Dodge! No!
An inspired choice, the fist.
Think. Where's the real Sarah?
Hey, listen. It isn't real. It's just Fauci smoke and mirrors.
Yeah, they don't work wonders. They play tricks.
Okay.
At last, my errant l'Cie. Men fight men. Men battle beasts. Cocoon wars with Pulse. There can be no end to such conflict. But Cocoon's end is imminent and inevitable. Will you not at least slay Orphan and make it quick, as an act of mercy?
Mercy? You mean murder. And Cocoon won't die. We're not here for that. We came for you.
Lightning is the worst main protagonist. I'm including Squall in that. Squall is at least interesting, even if though he's whiny.
And to what end? Refusing me, but
Lightning is just, she's nothing.
Face your focus tomorrow. If you truly seek salvation.
Terra's great. Oh, I guess 6 doesn't really have a main character, but Terra, Celeste, all of them are great. Like Butts. Like Cecil, he's got something going on. Cloud has that whole you're a nobody thing, which is cool. Zidane's kind of a weird womanizing like Han Solo character, but that's fine. Like he's a character, he's interesting. I like Titus. Oh, I was assuming that Bosch is the main character of 12. Yeah, if you want to include Vaughn, then yeah, Vaughn's probably worse than Lightning, but Vaughn's a good cameraman. Keep Hope medic. Anatosian laughter. You gotta be on Sentinel attack. Got it.
This day heralds anew.
Got your back.
I wish there were more attacks like that, actually, where like the lead-up animation is just long enough. Though it felt like being on Sentinel accomplished nothing there. It's just long enough for you to quickly swap in. It's clearly bad. Camera does some things to let you know that it's about to be dangerous. Doing alright there, Hope? You casting heals? Trying to top people off here?
Fulfill your focus.
Re-imperil, please. Thank you. Re-deshell, please.
We'll see who's left standing.
I got the deprotect, that's fine. It seems to do a flat amount of damage regardless of whether I'm on Sentinel or not. So I've been on Sentinel before when you did it. Yeah, I'm really not feeling the impact of Sentinel there. He's actually not a Pope. He's a Falsi Esper thing, Aeon thing. Takes the form of a Pope. But it definitely has strong Dragon Quest, I'm a monster now energy. East we're off here. Sure did. Is it just me, or is this phase of the fight wildly easier than the last one? No, I think the effective job changes take place instantly. Sentinel's supposed to reduce all damage to the party by like 30% or something. 0 Christogen points. I'm just gonna go over to finish, I think. I'd like to be done with this. The percent health, maybe?
Release. At last, release.
It's done.
All right.
So it's supposed to be like a double medic attack, I guess.
We did it, huh?
Yep.
Like another thing this game needs with its whole pressure system is an attacker whose job is to reduce incoming damage. Like they're still damaging the enemy. He's got a funny face. The Gregorian chanting in this is like particularly uninspired. Like, I know it's overused in JRPGs, but
No, not anymore.
Daisley is not a name I can take seriously. I can't turn my neck though. I'm like Batman Begins, Christian Bale. Kind of cool looking boss though.
You gotta go.
Okay. Okay. What? Just you guys are so willing to use to dive into the Final Fantasy name folder, but you don't want to say Heartless Angel or whatever. Immune to all debuffs. The music cut out for a second, and I was like, oh man, maybe we're gonna get a really sweet boss theme here, but no. This is kind of boring orchestral chanting track. Oh, he doesn't have that many immunities. Okay, that's good. Imperil, please. Imperil, please. Imperil, please. I hate how swingy it is. That's why I think if every time you missed with a status effect, it increased the chance of it landing, that would feel a little bit better. I don't even know if that Sunlit Waterscape song would have stood out for me if I hadn't have heard it in theater rhythm. I think that Blinded by the Light is the only track that's done anything for me. Revved up like a deuce, another runner in the night. It would be improved by those lyrics. Right when he's about to be an asshole again. Does not interrupt the whole battle. I was about to do a high wind, man. This is stagger gauge draining during the. It was. God damn it. Really annoying. Literally about to use high wind there. I feel like it was really silly for me to have that strength increasing thing on Fang this whole time, because I don't think it was doing anything. I feel like its defensive upgrades are bust in this game. Boring though that is. Shit. And to do this. Can he be slowed? So, I think he dazed. There we go. Would have been nice to do a little bit earlier. PSE Ray. Bum 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 bum. AKA the Shining music. AKA a melody that's in basically every film score. And it's a death. feel like as soon as I stagger him, I should immediately high win. He's probably gonna do Heartless Angel again. Totally not Heartless Angel. Kind of a cool looking boss. Literally none of the bosses in this game have been memorable for me. Trying to remember. I guess Bart.
For making the sea of men. We found sea crafted for us.
That annoying Eidolon fight. But I don't remember any of the like rando bosses.
It is not so.
I guess a lot of a boss being memorable is like the story sequence that leads up to it, right? Like the Sin Spawn fight in 10 where Seymour's in your party.
We take the sea that we might wield such strength. Through you, we obtained freedom from our bondage. And now, your focus alone remains.
It's weird that they blink. That Chocobo Eater is a cool fight. It has like a mechanic, right? You gotta like try to push it off. Alaska.
Yet, if we but summon the Laker, we will be granted the chance to begin.
A little robot, the Abed robot that tries to kidnap Yuna, and you and Waka have to fight it. Turns out it was Riku.
Submit the sea. Become Ragnarok. Lead us into the light.
Let her go!
We have no need of
Do it to Lightning instead, because the third game is called Lightning Returns.
I'll do it. I'll destroy you.
Ragnarok. The will to guide a world unto oblivion. Can you bear the sin of our salvation?
Mount Gaga's at Seymour fights really hard.
I said I'll do it.
Every fight on the airship.
I'll be fine.
Don't be falling now.
We promised to save Cocoon.
There's got to be a couple JPEG folder bosses in 10. I'm trying to
I made
remember.
another promise too. To protect my family.
But even like the little blitzball machine that you fight during the blitzball tournament, kind of memorable.
Sometimes.
You gotta choose. Back off.
What are you doing? This ain't the time to be losing it, lady.
You too.
Lightning's gonna do it,
What do
guys.
you gain from hurting Vanille? We're in this together.
This is my focus.
No one's gonna stop me.
Everything I do.
Why? Is this what you meant to happen? All of them.
We're too confused.
After all we went through.
You just turned into the boring vampire.
Guess I deserve it. After what I did. Are they my sin to bear for choosing salvation?
Please, stop.
No, end there. Credits. Something happened.
Salvation is form of sacrifice. Miracles of misery. From shattered shards, a new crystal legend will arise.
She's got a way cooler form there.
Yes. Let anger be your strength.
This is still one of those scenes where, like, emotionally, I'm not even really clear on, like, what is the motivation here for everyone involved, right? I already compared it to Unalesca, where it's very clear what Unalesca wants, why she wants it, why we're opposed to her, and what our success in opposing her means for the world, right? Here, I bet it's more clear if you read the Codex or something, but that was a nonsense scene. Like, based on just the text of the game as presented so far. The text being the scenes, dialogues, and cutscenes as opposed to anything that might be in the Codex.
Anger didn't drive us. We just had things worth fighting for.
Notice this in a lot of video games where, like, the developer has this idea of what they want the bad guys to do. I've had this happen with Dungeon Masters when playing tabletop RPGs, right? The characters don't get to have agency.
How many times must you fail?
Doing like a time loop thing.
Let me go.
Retake the form of Ragnarok. Deliver us that which we have too long been denied.
He's cool looking, but it's really funny that he has to, like, talk in profile like that.
What do you want?
Yeah.
Steep yourself in hatred.
If the characters don't seem to have a lot of agency, it seems like the best they can do is kind of do what the bad guy wants us to do. Or in not doing what the bad guy wants us to do, also do what the bad guy wants us to do, right? It's the opposite of the resolution to Fury Road.
Your awakening demands an offering of pain.
Vanille, run.
No!
If anyone wants to try to break down this scene, like maybe a Codex reader that understands Final Fantasy 13, like, can you give me, like, the bullets of what the hell just happened and what's going on here? I get the whole, we gotta turn into Ragnarok, bring back the Maker.
Miracles out of misery. You've got to be kidding me.
Yeah, Fang. Who'd be dumb enough to swallow that crock?
Sure. We've all had better weeks.
We're alive!
But you can't be. Could be more Fal'Cie smoke and mirrors.
Fang, I'm sorry.
We made you go it alone. Second time now, isn't it?
But where were you?
Somewhere cold and dark. Just thinking about everything that happened up until now. And then it was like...
And then we were fine.
It was like I had had a glimpse of the future. Everyone was smiling and laughing. Even Sarah. Even Light.
I don't know.
We just decided to not be monsters anymore.
It really makes sense, of course. I mean, knowing we were worm bait and all, but as luck would have it, next thing I know, I feel somebody pushing me right along.
Ooh, what?
You were there too, Fang. Same side. All of us. Together.
Seriously, someone explained this to me. Like I'm 5. It's got like this sweeping, almost Final Fantasy prologue music in the background. What is happening? A wizard did it.
Listen, you're not alone anymore. We have a new family now.
Yeah, I saw that part.
We stick together. You hear me?
Yes, I promise.
This game doesn't have a
We
thread.
promised, didn't we?
And everybody else got turned into Seath monsters for like 3 minutes, but then because of friendship, they weren't Seath monsters anymore. And also, Fang was a scary wolf lady, and then wasn't.
Symbol of the focus we all faced. The mark of the fate we all shared. Proof of the promise we all made.
It was by far the weakest friendship sequence of all time. Like, usually,
The heroes.
there's something that's set up to explain how their bonds can let them overcome something bad, but
We've got a world to save.
this game has a thread. It doesn't care to show us where it
If we
is.
have the power to destroy Cocoon, then we have the power to save it. You say you want your day of wrath, do ya? Well, it's coming right up.
Time we gave the people what they really want.
The thread was within us all along. What if the thread was the... There's not even anything to have made along the way with this.
We can do it. I know we can.
We just have to punch it hard
We made
enough?
it this far.
Right.
Let's make a real miracle happen.
Lady Luck sure ain't on his side.
The real thread was the aneurysms we had. The permanent screaming that is Final Fantasy 13. That's a neat.
No, we overreach you.
Lightning has the worst one-liners. They're so bad. It's like Resident Evil 6.
You gave up on life before you were even
Mercy,
born.
more like murder.
Stop poisoning Cocoon from the inside, waiting for someone to come and destroy you. Sure, you think the end of the world is salvation. All you care about is death's release. So take it, and leave the rest of us alone. We don't think like that. When we think there's no hope left, we keep looking until we find some. Maybe Cocoon is past saving, but it's our home, and we'll protect it or die trying. We live to make the impossible possible. That is our focus.
Yeah, they work. 'Cause Resident Evil is already kind of campy, right? This isn't campy. Dead serious.
Time for payback.
Doom.
All in the wrist.
block mean that it will never land, or it says that it's not immune to it, which is weird.
Not entice you?
Maybe it can only land during stagger or something. Hopefully dying here puts me back at the start of this phase.
Curse upon curse!
Yeah, exactly. Me too. Straight to Leon. If this game was like really silly and like campy, I think I might be for it, but clearly thinks way too highly of itself. And launch the final boss. Gotta get your stagger meter back up again, but you kept the debuffs, so that's nice. Attack is so annoying. You're not expected to get the full picture. This is going to sound like it has nothing to do with anything. I just want to talk about it because it gets my mind off of this and onto a story that I actually really like. So I mentioned Fury Road earlier. To me, Fury Road is like the perfect movie and a perfect story. And to quickly summarize it as spoilers for a Mad Max movie that came out a couple years ago, part of the plot is that they're like trying to escape this citadel that this bad guy is running, right? And there's this kind of theme about like running away. And they're looking for this place in this post-apocalyptic world they call the Green Place that's supposed to be like this mythical land where it's not as bad and there's trees and stuff. And they get there and they realize that there is no Green Place. And they're like, well, what do we do? Do we keep running away? And they go, no, we got to go back to where we started because we can take it back from the asshole who's leading it. And it's phenomenal because it uses information that has been clear to us throughout the entire story, right? We know everything about how the Citadel works. We understand the people who are there. We understand the jeopardy. It's the climax of the film is based on a risky decision made by our characters and is driven by their agency as opposed to it being like the jeopardy hangs on whether or not the Green Place is real, right? Like that's the resolution to a bad movie like Waterworld. Is there dry land somewhere? Yes or no? That's the answer at the end of the story. And this game is frustrating to me because there is no character. Like, I can do Final Fantasy X as an easier comparison, right? Like, there we're making the decision that we're going to stop this whole calm thing, that this is bad for society, that we can't keep sacrificing summoners like this and creating, you know, a brief peace. It's not worth it. Like, it's all based on a lie. Even if we risk destroying the final Aeon forever and removing this chance for society to briefly enjoy some rest, we're gonna do this thing that's deeply risky, like going back to the Citadel. Crystarium expanded. Fuck you, game. So, like, this is worse than Waterworld, because Waterworld is, let's resolve the plot based on a fact of the setting that our heroes don't know about, right? Does dry land exist, yes or no? It happens to, yes. Okay, well, that's the end of the story. Here, it's like, did the creators of this bizarre mythology, what do they mean by all this? I don't know. We're not going to tell you. Like, what is even this climax? You even think of games that have better storytelling that are pretty low on like dialogue, like Shadow of the Colossus. Like you see Wander getting worse and worse as the game progresses, you know? Like the ending sequence where he basically turns into Dorman is like impactful and emotional. Are we Brasco or an inject? I think even in flashback, Brasco, Orin, Inject are interesting because it's like it's about Orin learning that this is all a lie, right?
Stay together.
And not only does the resolution rely on information the point of view characters don't and can't know, they can't affect it and they can never learn it, right? And it's like they realize that there needs to be an emotional core to this ending, so they have this scene with her and Vanille and everybody turning into Seath for a while, but it's bizarre
Wishes can come true.
and disconnected from
What if
everything
we just
else.
wait for miracles? Ready. Miracles are things we make for ourselves. Here and now.
Is there any save file transfer to 13.2 that I need to worry about? Eject and Orin they're fucking great, man. They're so good. And it's all in flashback and like optional spheres. Oh, hey, it's Ragnarok. I don't know, Andrea. I don't know what's happening. I really thought we were going to do this like Lightning sacrificing herself thing because of the third game being called Lightning Returns, but whatever. Punch the rock. When did the plot go from being a vaguely coherent mess to an incoherent mess? A lot of the other scenes have been an incoherent mess. I was complaining about this at the Bart scene where I'm like, what are their motivations? Whose side are we on? Why are we doing what we're doing? You know, I was making the Unalesca comparisons back then. Kind of cool looking, but are the whole party crystal stones now? It's kind of cool. So like the whole party should be crystals and then Dodge and Sarah should wake up. I would like that. That's some like original FF7 ending shit before they retconned it in Advent Children. Yeah, it's not, this is not David Lynch, right? Oh, God damn it, don't do it and then wuss out at the last second. Oh, God. This is not like a dreamlike artistic piece that you're meant to understand abstractly. It desperately thinks it makes sense. It wants to convey that it makes sense. It wants you to think that it's super deep.
They saved the world.
No, they gave us a new one.
Yeah, and the game has done a great job with Unalesca in making you start to suspect that, you know, fuck shit's going on, right? By the time you get there, it's not even really a surprise.
This is as much as we can do. The rest is up to you.
Does this mean we completed our focus?
Cocoon's seen better days, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I'd say that qualifies as a demolition. Focus complete.
I was actually going to be kind of excited for them all to just be Crystal at the end, and then Dodge and Sarah wake up.
My brand.
Why'd they even do it if they just immediately undid it? I think this creative team is uncomfortable with anything bad happening ever. And if something's going to be bad, they need to undo it as soon as they can.
Wide as this one. But if you keep going, you're sure to find what you're looking for. Sooner or later.
I know, right, Andrea? See, it is going to be the two of them. I wonder if it was originally that they were Crystal, and they like started doing the scene and like, we can't do that. That's too sad.
Sarah!
It is.
Sarah!
You haven't sacrificed anything, right?
Aren't they?
Oh, Hope's mom.
I guess they meant for this to be goodbye.
It's like they heard me talking. They're like, oh, we gotta, right, this is too happy.
Come on.
Okay.
I missed you.
So Hope's mom is our Boromir.
It's okay.
Hey, come on, the apologies can wait. We got a wedding to plan. What? You are gonna allow it.
Wow.
Right?
You don't waste any time, do you?
No, I don't.
That's right. Just charge in, guns blazing.
I swear to you, I will make
That was horrible. I think
I believe you.
it's annoying when they convey actual consequences for something and then undo it in the sequel. But I hate when they do the thing where they get to pretend like something bad happened and then just undo it almost instantly. It's like, what's even the point, you know? You're just trying to manipulate me into feeling bad when I saw the thing.
Not even fate can stand in.
They did it twice there in the ending. They also had when they turned into monsters and then suddenly weren't monsters. Oh good, well they're crystals, that's nice.
Now we live on to greet a new dawn.
Okay, at least that happened. Be a post-credit cutscene where they like wake up and they're fine and they go hang out and they all have a party. They have a pizza party together. I hated this game. I think I hated this game more than any other game I've played on stream, and I don't think that's recency bias. I apologize again to the folks. I know there's folks in chat who like this game and have found some value in it. I envy you. I hate this more than Persona. Yeah, Persona is bad, but it's bad in ways that are interesting, and it's bad in ways where I can imagine other people enjoying it. But there's just so much fundamentally wrong with this at every possible level. It's tonally wrong. The pacing of the story is wrong. The jettisoning of important information to the codex is wrong. The combat system is the worst form of the idea, right? It's bad in a way that isn't interesting bad. Like the draw system, there's something to do there. The Final Fantasy II leveling system, there's something to do there. Just about every flourish and like polish that they added to the game is effectively anti-polish. The stuff that they didn't have to do makes the game actively feel worse. Like the Crystarium feels bad, and the Crystarium feels bad in dozens of ways. It's not just that it's overly complicated, effectively menu, but it's the placement of the nodes, where the ability nodes are. Some of the ability nodes bizarrely being TP abilities. There being entire tracks where the high stat node costs way less than the low stat node. Was there anything that wasn't terrible? Some of the graphics were pretty. And I didn't hate the one battle song was okay. The level design was bad. There was never a single town. Not once. There is no feeling of this world or the people living in it. Part of what upsets me about it is that it has cool setting concepts, like the idea of the fallacy and the l'Cie and the focus. I like it. It's good. But it's deployed in the most boring possible. The Eidolons, cool idea. Horribly deployed. Half of the Eidolons deploy in, oh shit, we ran out of budget land. For no reason. Because they're like, shit, we need to give them their Eidolons, and then they're bad in combat, right? Fully half of the roles in this game are pointless to play as, and feel terrible if you're playing them as the main character. The auto battle AI is bad and stupid. Like, almost everything this game did is wrong. It's infuriating to me. It's so much worse to me than Sonic 06 or Resident Evil 6 or Superman 64 or E.T. Like, all of those have like a story of not enough money or not enough leadership or whatever, but this just, it is projecting this absolute, utter confidence at all times that's completely undeserved. And I think they got away with it because of what I was talking about earlier. There's this like reviewer externality when it comes to JRPGs in particular in long games. Like, they seem to have made a game that a reviewer is able to plausibly give an 86 to because they played the first 15 hours and it looked pretty, and they're not really in a position to like analyze the math or the systems of a Japanese RPG because they're flooded with so many of them, right? Yeah, right. It's finished. It offends me that it is so polished. It's like lipstick on a pig, a polished turd, but like the polish actively made the game worse. Like, the extra attention they gave to it was worse than if they just didn't try, you know? Things were just not broken. Yeah. I like Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 a lot. 7's okay. 8's no longer the worst Final Fantasy in my mind. 8 Disc 1 is actually a really good game. And then it kind of falls off the rails once they lose Sakaguchi and he moves on to make the movie. 9, although 9 falls apart at the end. 10 I keep coming back to is great. 11 had a pretty good story. 12 I remembered well, but didn't hold up on replaying, probably just because I wasn't doing the hunts and stuff. 10-2 was a nightmare. 10-2 was better than this, though. 10-2 was more like Sonic 06 bad, or Resident Evil 6 bad, where everything was just completely bizarre and made no sense and was stupid. But it wasn't like everything was competing to be bad simultaneously, you know? No cooldown in the story, right? The couple interesting parts in the game, the fun police, the Square Enix fun police showed up and like had to speed things up. We got to get to the next thing. I can't believe that this game is real. I think it was able to exist and sell okay and get reviewed okay and be played because of a feeling of I'm just going to play whatever RPG Square throws at me, which I guess is fine. I mean, that's true for a lot of bad movies too, but this feels so much worse than like a bad horror movie or a bad Michael Bay action movie. Like, to me, a bad Michael Bay action movie, that maps to Devil May Cry. I can't even really think what this maps to in the film world other than maybe Zack Snyder, but even Zack Snyder movies, like, maybe you might feel something here and there. I don't know. It's shocking. And I don't think, even after complaining about it for 40 and a half hours, I don't think that I've represented to you all 20% of what I feel about this game. I haven't been able to put it into words because it's so many interlocking mechanisms. It's like each of you can complain about each of the parts, and usually if a game is bad, you can say it's bad because, you know, feature A is bad, feature B is bad, feature C is bad, feature D is bad, the story is bad, da, 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 da. And you can make a bulleted list of those things and then have someone believe, okay, I believe you that it's bad. But like here, it's like the whole is less than the sum of those bad parts. It's actually even worse when you put those all together. Yeah, Tell Me Why So is more like, it is the false confidence of that, but my issues with this, I think, are very specific to me. I should add, like, if you like this game, don't... I'm sorry. I think I probably also had the worst exposure to it, too, playing it on stream like this, but I did come in knowing about the hallway backlash and wanted to like it at the beginning and said, I'm going to come at this with a positive attitude. The well is not poisoned, you know? If anything, I'm mad at the game is just a hallway because it's like radically underselling the problems. If you go back to every time I said Final Fantasy 13, you'll be back on the schedule eventually and then restart it every time. It has many moments that it bounces you off the game. There you go, Andrea. It's shorter than Persona. That's one thing that's good about Final Fantasy 13. Instead of being 93 hours long, it was 40 and a half hours long. So it could have been worse. I think that is the theme. The only thing I can praise this game about is that anything that I complained about could have been worse. Like it could have been that when you die stupidly in a battle that you had to load your save. Isn't it nice that it respawns you outside the battle, right? I mentioned when we started Crypt that I would be able to play Crypt for an hour because I'm able to play Final Fantasy 13 for 40 hours, and I had to turn it off due to motion sick. So the game didn't literally make me almost throw up in my mouth. It only made me throw up in my mind.